I mean, theoretically. Test one, two, test one, two. Yep. Test one, two, test. Test one, two, test. Test one, two, test. One, two, test. Test one, two, test. Test one, two, test. Test one, two, test. Test one, two, test.
Jay Tate,
Here.
Graham Fishburne, Bob Rowe. And Wheat is out.
Please join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to gather this evening as a community. Bless us with wisdom. Bless us with that we may make good decisions in cooperation, in the spirit of unity, and to serve the citizens of this community. This is our prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Just to let you all know, I think microphones are more for the online.
Well, for the online, yeah.
So can't hear them, just have to.
Yep. Welcome everyone that's here. We have some exciting things going on. And first thing up on the agenda is discussion possible action to appoint and swear in a council member to fill the vacancy of council member Joseph Franco's unexpired term, Division Number 3 seat, which terms expires in April of 2027. Do you have any action?
I would first like to thank everyone that applied. And I have a statement to read on behalf of Greg Wheat before we take action that he wanted me to read. It says, to my fellow council members, city staff, and citizens of Purcell, after conducting a personal interview and carefully considering the qualifications of the applicants, I am in favor of Tara Phillips to fill the current vacancy on the Purcell City Council. I believe Tara's experience, perspective, and clear dedication to our community would make her a valuable addition to the council. I'm confident she would serve with integrity and a strong sense of civic responsibility. So with that being said, I'll make a motion that we appoint Tara Phillips to fill Mr. Franco's unexpired term.
We have a motion.
A vote?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. We have to do a swearing in. To get out of the way for pictures purposes. Come on up and we'll do the. And I'll try to speak slowly and have like a few words at a time. Okay. I state your name.
I, Tara Phillips,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma.
I will discharge the duties
I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity,
of my office with fidelity,
that I have not paid
that I have not paid
or contributed,
or contributed,
either directly or indirectly,
either directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or any valuable thing
to procure my nomination
to procure my nomination
or election,
except for necessary
and proper expenses expressly authorized by law, that I have not
that I have not
knowingly
knowingly
violated any election law
violated any election law
of the State of Oklahoma
of the State of Oklahoma
or procured it to be done
or procured it to be done
by others on my behalf,
by others on my behalf,
and that I will not
and that I will not
knowingly
knowingly
receive directly or Welcome, Ms. Phillips. It's a big responsibility and it's not easy. And for purposes of tonight, if you have any questions, we hope that you fully get involved in the issues and ask questions as needed. And if you need us to explain something, we certainly will. So welcome aboard. All right. Agenda item number 6. Approval of the consent agenda. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
We have a motion second, we have a vote.
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. And the presentation discussion of the treasurer's financial report.
Sales tax received through June 25 was $8,277,642, which is 2.12 over the same period last year. Use tax received through June 25 was $920,647, which is 8.74 lower than the same period last year. General fund year-to-date revenue exceeded expenditures by $181,596. General fund budget year-to-date revenues are 2.3 above the annual budget, and year-to-date expenditures are 4.8% below the annual budget. Public Works Authority year-to-date revenue is under expenditures by $98,770. Public Works year-to-date revenues are 5.5 below the annual estimate, and expenditures are 5% below the annual budget. And the combined is June revenue exceeded expenditures by $82,826, resulting in a combined ending fund balance of $4,244,991.
So sounds like we're in good shape, but we're still kind of cutting it close. Is Public Works down? Expenditures are up, and yeah. Because there's big ticket items going on, we know. All right, but we're holding what we got. But yeah, money is, we have to be careful with money because of all the public works expenses that we anticipate. Yep. Okay, presentation discussion, the city manager report. Go ahead, Bobby.
We've made a change with the live streaming of this meeting, or all the council meetings. We're going to continue with Facebook. Facebook has limited us to 30 days retention schedule for the video to be on there. So following some suggestions from Councilman Tate, we're going to also record it for YouTube. And then the benefits of that is, at least until they decide to start charging or give us restrictions, people will be able to view it. There's some people that don't want to create a Facebook account, from what I hear, and to be able to watch the meetings, and they will be able to do that with the YouTube. We are currently set up for that starting this meeting. So Chris, our IT guy, will have all that set up and put on YouTube, and maybe look at putting a link on the website, the city's website, to direct people to go view that video. Are there any questions about
Just for the general public to know, my position is, this is a good thing for transparency to put this on available so people can watch it if they're traveling or whatever, maybe home ill and they can't attend. YouTube is an excellent platform, so our decision to use Facebook was really a cost in, let's do it, whatever we can do for free, so we're not costing the city or minimize the costs, and we want to keep that same perspective, as we don't want to incur additional costs, but we still want to make it available to the public, and technology should allow us to do that as best we can. So
right?
good.
We've inquired about using Civic Plus.
Yep.
Who we have our website with, and it basically was an extreme amount of money to be able to do that.
We can do it for either no cost or almost minimal cost on YouTube. That's a very good platform. So,
okay. On the former hospital property, I've been keeping in contact with a few interested parties. Latest was shared ODOT minutes from their meeting that took place July 21st. Really, there's nothing else that I have to say about that. Trey will go over more on how the project is going with ODOT and the utility moves. The agreement with CEC, which is Civil and Environmental Consultants, that we were discussing the Red Hill Stairs with. The purpose of that project is to create and specify a structural solution to address the undercutting of the stairs. The survey will assist in assessing the amount of materials needed and that require the downslope from the stairs to prevent further deterioration. And I had one picture to share. This is going to be the topographical. Okay, we'll just ignore all the other pictures there. The section in red, that's going to be the whole part that they're going to do the survey. And the reason why they went all around there is because the water's coming from a lot of different areas, and we want to make sure that we get it all right. And then, is there anything more to that, Trey, on the reason why they made such a large area?
No, just they want to make sure they didn't miss anything.
Yeah, okay.
How much money or time is going to be spent on this project, all angles need to be called for.
Okay. Then I'd like to acknowledge Miss Millsap, our city clerk. As you all know, we've been working hard on making changes throughout the city to save money and look at different options and for insurance and vehicles and inventory and all that kind of stuff to make it more efficient and save money for the city. She has finally finished up with the inventory to include vehicles, any kind of equipment, working with OMAG. We've made some changes for with our policies for the better, and it has saved the city for approximately $4,100 annually. So to add that to all the other stuff that we've mentioned in the past, all the money being saved, she's worked really hard on that, and I appreciate it.
And excellent job. This is, I don't know what the dollar amount is, but it's in the tens of thousands that this current staff we have right now has found savings. And so thank you. A lot of hard work, and I can't be happier with the fiscal responsibility and the fiscal discipline that's been a huge change, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Okay. Anything else for city manager's report? Great job. I just saw Mr. Crouch. Do we go ahead and do you just walked in. So Mr. Crouch, I know you had a bit of request to be heard. If you could limit your comments to about 5 minutes. Yeah, or shorter.
Thanks for your time, everybody. That's pretty intrusive. Sorry, it's just weird. I have to say my my faith in the FAA is a little lacking because basically what I was told that, yeah, there is an issue, but they're in charge of taking care of that issue themselves. In that process, I made some requests for information. One of those I made is a list of all payments from the city for all the leases for the last 10 years. And one of the things I discovered in this is that the Fishburne family had never been paying for their hangar. And according to you, the answer I got from Andy Millsap was, well, your father, I forget his name, Ray, I believe. Ray built that I'm sorry, Ron, my apologies. Ron built that in the 80s, and, you know, it was just par for the course. You know, like it was just regular. That's one of the things that got resolved, I believe. It's my understanding that hangar now belongs to the city. That's correct, right, Andy? I've been talking with Andy a lot. He's been doing a fantastic job. Both Andys have been very nice to me. I understand I'm a little A-type personality and hard to deal with sometimes. So the same thing happened. Basically, what the FAA did was he came to me and was like, all right, we solved this one issue, but he ignored all my initial complaints. All right. So all I did was file another complaint. That complaint got resolved yesterday, according to the FAA. And I've got it here. As per Gary Loftus, basically saying the same thing that the initial report said. But what this does is takes you off of a non-compliance status for the airport and puts you back into full compliance. The issue with that is that I already have another complaint that I'm going to file, so you're going to be coming off of that. One of the things that that got my attention, though, because this has been a process where I have been stymied and passed on, and you know, well, that's not my department, you know, whatnot, bureaucratic mess. One of the things that it says in here is that he says, we applaud your efforts to address each of the areas above, as well as reinstating airport board meetings. So was there an actual plan to not have the board meetings? Because that's just a strange statement, especially considering after I talked to you guys on 7 November 2022, there's supposed to be 4 board meetings a year. Out of 12 board meetings in the following 3 years, there was 4 of them. I came twice and was not told. Luckily, Andy likes me, and after that, when they weren't happening, she would tell me, but then there was a while that she was gone, so I got surprised a couple times after that. My point to you is I talked to Andy. I think he's doing a great job. My side is getting much better. I think your family might think about making a donation to the airport to make up for basically misappropriating funds for a long, long time. Now, that could be for events that the airport holds, whatnot, something city-driven. I think you guys should look into that because that's, you know, from my math, that's anywhere from $20,000 to $45,000 that your family took advantage of the taxpayer. It'd be nice if there was something put back to the city. As for my complaint, in the new complaint, it's still an original, just so you know. I talked to Andy today. It's still an original complaint from my first complaint. It's not new. It's one that hasn't been resolved. I made an offer to Mr. Pipes here today, and it still stands until the end of the day today, and I've been told by police officers before, just let me search. If nothing's wrong, just let me look at it real fast. At least 5 times I could think of in my life. I said, all I'm asking, we go over the airport, open the doors, I'll look in. If everything's kosher, you'll never hear another complaint from me again.
I'll add to that. If you want to get consent from who leases
I
those,
asked him to try and get consent, yes.
if you get consent, go for it. But we're not going to let you in somebody else's hangar.
Okay. Well, I understand that.
Yep.
And I understand that
Need to wrap up.
that was one, okay. I understand that that's one of the deals, but just so you know, I will be filing the next complaint, and
Yep. And since you brought it up, I'm not sure if you're aware, my dad built the hangar at his own expense and donated to the city.
that, I
So
understand that,
that-
but that
that's-
doesn't
there's-
negate the land that the property was on the entire time. I had to
but
buy the hangar,
I-
I had
I
to
just
buy my
want the-
hangar
I
as
want
if it
the-
was, as if I built it, sir.
I want the public to be aware of that,
Okay, well, the public needs to know.
and I'm not gonna talk anymore.
Okay, well, the lawyer has spoken, so thank you
Yep.
for your time, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, I would love to have a meeting with you guys if you would take the time and off hours.
I'm not gonna address it because that ship has sailed. My dad passed away 6 years ago,
Okay,
so
all
it's
right,
not
well,
my
it's a
issue.
trust
I don't,
issue,
I'm
that's
not
all, sir.
I'm not a plane owner. I never was a plane owner. I'm not a pilot,
Well,
so
your family, though, got
I'm-
the
I-
trust.
we're done.
All right, have a nice day, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Okay. Number 10, discussion concerning the status of 1500 North Green Ave, request for proposals. All right, city manager. Do you have anything? Do you have anything to bring up for that?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Number 10, the RFPs.
Stated earlier, nothing to report more than keeping in contact with certain individuals that are interested in the property.
All right. Let's go to recess. Recess that meeting. We'll open the Purcell Public Works Authority regular meeting, and let's have roll call.
Here.
Here. And agenda item number 3, discussion possible action to ratify action taken by the city council on August 4th, 2025, to appoint and swear in a trustee to fill the vacancy of Joseph Franco's unexpired term to the Purcell Public Works Authority, Division Number 3C, which term expires in April of 2027.
Mr. Lynn, do we just need to approve it as written, or do I need to state her name? And I approve agenda item number 3. I make a motion to approve agenda item number 3 as written.
We have a motion, second, we have a vote.
Yes.
Yes.
You could have said no on that.
Agenda item number 4, approval of the consent agenda.
Approve the consent agenda as written.
We have a motion, second, we have a vote.
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Presentation of the Public Works Authority report. Trey?
Short and sweet. We started the landscape on Main Street today, northeast portion of that. Looks really good already. Of course, anything going in down there is probably going to look good at the moment. But like I said, I hope everybody keeps the mindset of this is the start of it. We can always add to it, whatever we want to do, but we had to do something. So, but I'm pretty excited about it after driving by it this evening before getting up here. WSB and ODOT meetings continue. It looks like there's probably going to be a weekly or bi-weekly thing with them until this project kicks off. The latest notes that we got was they would start issuing work orders in September for the utility relocation. We are looking with some agreement stuff. It's going to go back and forth between me, Bobby, Andy, and Isaac until we get some wordage or language completed on that part of it. We've got a couple of utility companies not wanting to send us in their numbers until we sign an agreement, and it's just language stuff. So that'll be taken care of. And as far as the utilities go, street doing patch jobs and working with our electric guys, they installed the 3 poles south of Walnut Creek Bridge today. So we have one more, then we'll put the lights up, so that'll complete that phase 2 lighting project. And then we'll start looking at what other areas we need to address to put that in there also. Water department, all wells are up and running besides well number 11, and it's on the agenda for the next action item to get it ready to go. So they pulled back tees on the last well, should be put back in service by Friday this week, which will make sure that then we're just down to number 11, knock on wood. Now, I mean, the dates on here for ODOT were they got to have the 90% completion plan submitted by March of next year. So we're probably really looking at a June to July of 2026 before work actually starts on the interstate. All the utility relocation, like I said, will be starting. First part of it will start September of this year, and then it'll take a few months. I don't know what the 60, 90 days, whatever it is, for their bid process and all that to get started. Any other questions?
Just appreciate all your hard work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lots of good work being done. Ready to move on to the next agenda item, so you can talk about well number 11. Agenda item number 6, discussion possible action, approve payment of $38,075 to Hoffman Water Wells LLC for repairs to well number 11.
Yep. So this is the one that went down after we had rehabbed the other 3. They pulled the pump, piping, same thing we've been going through, and this is what it's going to take to get it back online.
And you said the status of the wells overall, or
Yes.
this will?
And this will put us back up to where we have everything back up and running. Knock on wood.
Do you have a gallon per minute kind of a?
I don't at the
estimate?
moment because one of those, once we put the transducer, actually went down quite a bit. But they're recommending these transducers because of the fact that the pumps were burning up. So they want to slow them down a little bit. And then I think it's a good thing, but I also think that well field was designed to run all the time whenever it was put in. So we kind of got to not pick and choose, but watch what we do, because we don't want to change the functionality of the whole well field itself. And that's what me and Michael's been in discussion about.
All right.
It's very important that we stay on top of each one of these wells, so I'm gonna make a motion that we approve agenda item 6 for the well repair.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a vote?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 7, presentation of Wadley's EMS quarterly report. Jackie.
Okay, so I guess it'd be the second quarter of 2025. We made a total of 566 calls. 213 of those were hospital-to-hospital transfers. I was trying to find out how many refusals there were. I'm new to this report because my lady that used to do them for me decided to retire. Looks like probably 150 of them maybe were patient refusals that we didn't transport. Like I say, we had 213 hospital-to-hospital transfers. Currently, I have 10 full-time paramedics, 12 advanced EMTs, 4 basic EMTs that are full-time. I have 8 part-time paramedics, 3 part-time advanced, and 9 part-time basic EMTs. It's just staying busy.
Yep. Any comment on is traffic up, counts up, or?
I
Is it
was on
holding
vacation
steady?
last week. I came back a week from Saturday. They called me in at 6 o'clock. We made 38 calls in 36 hours. And believe me, we were all dragging. I had to call another crew in because we just got to the point we were all exhausted.
Is that the most you've ever done?
Yeah, 28 was the most we had ever done, but we did 38 in 36 hours.
Jackie, is Purcell Hospital getting a good number of people? I mean, are we getting a lot of calls to them first?
We're trying. I mean, it depends on the patient's condition, you know.
Right.
But yes, as far as, you know, the patients that, you know, don't have obvious broken bones and stuff like that, we're taking those to Purcell. I mean, the prison has come and talked to us, and, you know, they want all of theirs to go to Norman. They actually want them all to go to OU, but that's almost impossible every time. And I understand their deal. They, you know, if I bring them here, they have to pay another ambulance bill and a hospital bill. But we're not even been able to do that for them. We're having to bring them to Purcell. I mean, our call volume has just been.
We have a hospital system that needs everything we can give
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And you're a big part of that.
Oh,
So if you do well, they should do well, right?
Right.
So we're gonna make sure that we're
we-
taking care of
yeah.
those calls.
I mean, you know, if it's obvious fractures, you know, the doctors out here have even said, go on. We call a report in every time and we tell them what's wrong. You know, if it's an obvious fracture, cut out the middleman and take them to where there's an orthopedic doctor. But other than that, you know, we're bringing everything we can bring to Purcell Hospital to them.
We need every call we can to Purcell.
Because, you know, like our car accidents, we fall under a trauma guideline and we have no options there. We have to take them where that trauma system says we go. You know, a lot of them, you know, our car accidents, you know, that aren't major injuries, we take them to Purcell. You know,
I know you know what you're talking about. I
yeah.
know you know what you're doing. You've been here for years and you've done a great job, but
Yeah.
we are literally in a position of financial crisis with the hospital situation, and it's urgent that you really pay attention to what we're needing here at Purcell. And every thought first should be, can Purcell
Yeah.
treat this?
Yes,
Every-
and we
every
call,
time.
we'll call the providers that's working in the ER and say, hey, here's what we've got. Is this something that you can handle? And they'll tell us, you know, yeah, we can, or some of them will
Yeah.
say, no, you need to, you know. And I've talked to the hospital. We transport about 20 patients a month just to go have a PEG 2 put back in when they pull it out. Purcell Hospital won't do it, so we have to go to Norman with those people. I'm not saying that they won't do it, they just don't have all the equipment they need to do it. So, you know, there's some of those patients that, you know, we have no options but to go. And then we have some, you know, that, you know, have got doctors established and they'll flat refuse to go anywhere, you know, but that hospital. I mean, we transport people that, you know, that hurt their ankle and they want to go to the heart hospital, because that's where their cardiologist at. We tell them, you know, you don't need your cardiologist today. You need, you know, x-rays.
Right.
But the way the state law is written is if the patient, if it's not a life-threatening injury or illness, we have to go where they want us to go, as long as it's within a reasonable. We have people that want us to take them to Ardmore, Ada. That's, to us, that's not reasonable.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
so-
the taxpayers are paying a subsidy on their on their utility
Right.
bills to you.
Right.
And I think you owe us everything you got to
No,
make it work.
I've had
Because-
discussions with my guys, you know, call the hospital, tell them what we got, and
Okay.
let those providers, you know,
I'm just,
uh,
we don't have any choice but to be hardball on this,
Yeah.
because this is a financial
right.
deal for us.
And I can
It's
tell you right
really
now,
tough.
you know, y'all, the big beautiful bill ain't so beautiful for EMS and hospitals.
Yeah.
We've got two publications that do just EMS. We've got a group of attorneys out of Pennsylvania, and they're all telling us, hold on to your pants, boys, because it's fixing to get rough.
Well,
And they're predicting, you know, smaller hospital or smaller ambulance services and hospitals are going to get it. We're going to see the worst of it because of, you know, our call loads and patient loads. And
well, you're the first line on these calls,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's kind of in your court to
Yeah.
do the best you can for,
Yeah.
because if our hospital doesn't make it, you might not make it.
well,
I mean,
yeah,
you're,
because
you know,
you know, if
it's
I
a
have to
deal.
take every patient to Norman, you know,
Right.
we're dealing with that in Garvin County right now. You know, I've got Wynnewood and Stratford and the Pauls Valley ambulance. The only hospital in Garvin County is Lindsay, and it's a DOC hospital. So everybody has to go.
Right.
The closest hospitals down there is 25 miles away.
I've got a question. So is there like an itemized list or something of what this hospital can cover? Because if we know, like, is it personnel that they need, or if it's, you know, a machine or something that they need that, so we know what
I've
can direct
never
them back to this
seen
hospital?
An itemized list, because, you know, they might be able to take care of, you know, it today, but, you know, tomorrow it may be the same thing, but that particular, provider may not be able to handle that. And a lot of it depends on, you know, what their workload is. You know, they may be setting 20 patients in the waiting room, and here we come in there, and now we're having to stand in the hall for an hour or so while they get a bed available. And so, you know, we work with the hospital, the nurses, the providers that are in the ER to, you know, take everything we can. It's just sometimes, you know, their situation, our situation, you know, because, you know, we run 2 ambulances Monday through, or 24 hours a day. We have 2 staffed. And then Monday through Friday, we have an 8-hour truck. And then we've had to add a night truck that works from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And the only 2 days we don't have those 3 trucks is on Saturdays and Sundays. We just don't have the night truck part of it. So we've had to add that just, you know, because of our transports, you know, where we have to go. You know.
And just
But
little background on that is, you know, this issue came up a long time ago that because I think under medical, and you can correct me if I'm, but when a patient is supposed to go and get even if they can't treat it, they can get stabilized at the nearest ER.
correct.
So when they pick someone up, and they may not know exactly what happens, a doc in the ER is the most qualified person to determine what they can do for the patient in Purcell, and if they have to pass them on.
Sure.
So the idea is that we didn't want the EMTs making those decisions, overriding what a doctor might think. So, and Jackie's done a good job of making sure his crew are trained to where, you know, you seek the first available, closest emergency room to get the patient stabilized and get it checked out by a doctor, and then onward movement can happen after that.
And
Right,
And
just-
that helps our hospital too, because they need a chance to take it.
Right, and
and-
just to clarify, I'm not questioning
Right.
you, it's like, why is the hospital, what can we do, or where are they lacking? So that way they're not having to
That's-
pass every call to Norman,
That's,
you know?
And it's not that, you know, that they're trying to pass up, but, you
Right.
know, they try to help us also. You know, they don't want us standing in the hallway with a patient on a stretcher for an hour because they have nowhere to put them. So when we talk to the hospital, the nurses will say, hey, we're full, and they'll give the phone typically to the provider and say, hey, you know, this is what we've got. And they'll say, hey, go ahead and come here, or, you know, to get the patient cared for, go on to Norman or wherever. But we do have a lot of patients that, you know, they want to go where their doctors are at. And like I say, that still don't work. You know, that's what the prison wants, but we don't even, you know, we brought one in yesterday from the prison, that, you know.
Can you clarify, because I'm new, what do you mean that they get billed, the prison gets billed as well? Like, why won't they use this hospital? Like, what's?
The prison doesn't get billed, they get a full ambulance bill from me. They're not on
I
the
see,
utility
okay,
assessment.
okay,
It's just
thanks.
the people that are in the city limits are on the utility assessment.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, the prison pays a full ambulance bill.
And, and just, this goes along with Chris, I know we've had lots of discussions. He tries to enhance the capabilities of the hospital. That's kind of the goal, so that more people can be seen, because we all know if you're in a world of pain and you're hurting, you don't
Right.
want to drive another 30 minutes. You'd rather get treated here.
And I can tell you, you know, I've worked with this hospital for a long time, under many, many different administrations. And I've probably worked closer with this man and got more accomplished than I ever have. You know, before Chris came, they would not admit an inmate at Purcell Hospital. It was out of the question. And I know several that they've admitted at Purcell Hospital. You know, then that's just the inmates, but, you know, they do their best with, you know, the resources they have. And, you know, my understanding is every emergency room in the state is supposed to have the same qualifications to handle an emergency. It's just some of the bigger hospitals have more capabilities than what, you know. But we, you know, over the last few weeks, me and Chris have been on the phone numerous times. Just different issues, and But, you know, I'm not saying that because he's sitting here, but I have a lot of respect for him. We've got a lot of issues that, you know, my employee issues, his employee issues, you know, because I can tell you, paramedics and nurses are gonna bump heads all the time. It's just nothing we can control. But he has been a huge help. And
What year did your dad start the ambulance?
he started in 1968. We moved here in 1974.
Okay.
So 51 years we've been in
It's
this
old
town.
as me.
So
Anything else?
Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie.
thank you.
Thanks, and good discussion. Presentation of the Purcell Municipal Hospital Quarterly Report. Chris?
Okay, it's usually Renee that gives this report, so bear with me for a moment. But anyways, starting off, this is our report. Go ahead and go to the first. Oh, there we go. That's the third slide. For the fiscal year 2025, ended with an inpatient revenue of $1.2 million under budget, and that's a lot of it. Our census has gone down and been low, so that's not unusual or not unexpected for a hospital our size. Our outpatient revenue was $1.6 million over budget, making a total of $412,000 over budget. Next slide, please. On our expenses, we're $410,000 under budget. And then next slide. We ended the year with $32,000 over expenses. Our fourth, yep, that not exactly lined up, but this is our the difference or our quarterly. So for the year, it ended up we ended up with $32,000 over our expenses, and our quarter ended $42,000 under our expenses. This is mostly due to the lower volumes in the procedure areas because our we had 2 physicians that took off a total of 3 weeks, and that decreased the volume. Our procedure area is our major revenue generating area of the hospital. For example, before we hired Dr. Ruman, we came to the city and had to secure several subsidies, and since we've hired Dr. Ruman, that we haven't had to come back to ask for more, and that's because whenever you go in for a procedure, whether it be for a cataract or for a GI procedure, scoping, those are all pre-authorizations. That's basically because they've been pre-authorized, they're guaranteed to bring in some level of income or revenue back. And then we continue to see our higher volumes in the, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Continue to see higher volumes in the emergency department and outpatient service, especially since the Paul Valley closure. We experienced higher volumes, but that hadn't been true for the inpatient. And the inpatient is kind of hard to define. We take care of a low acuity patient. We're not able to take care of individuals that have higher acuity that may need, respiratory support of a BiPAP. They may need cardiac monitoring. We can do some low-end cardiac monitoring, but if they're needing a lot of vasoactive drips and different things, those need to be at a higher acuity setting so that if they become compromised, that they're supported by nursing staff and physician staff that are specialized in for whatever their ailment is, because we're only covered by an in-hospitalist program, which is not, they cover all systems, but not specialists. Like if you're coming in with a cardiac problem that's at a higher acuity, needing, a cardiologist on there, or a neurological event that needs a neurologist on there. We're not set up for that. We did try to do a tele-specialist, but that didn't pan out because the volume wasn't high enough, because those patients were continued to be sent forward to the other area hospitals to get that level of care. And so, as you can see, our volumes are up quite a bit there, and our average census or seen in the ED previous year was 26, and right now we're averaging 29. And a lot of that is because Pauls Valley did close, and then we'll have days where we'll have like 20 patients. And then on the weekends or certain days during the week, we may have, 45. And it's just, it varies hand in hand. And just like what you were discussing with Jackie, is that we are in close conversation whenever the ED is backed up and the waiting room's full. Those are times that we have to really judge what is best for the patients that are coming in, and also in consideration for their time, because when they're held up in the ED, that's time not available to the citizens and patients that are in need. So it's not just a simple answer to all this. I mean, it depends on the scenario and case by case. But we have developed really close conversations. We definitely text each other every day, basically, at least Monday through Friday. And then if there's issues on the weekend, we're on the phone whenever there are other things that do come up. So I feel like that the relationship is strong between the hospital and our local EMS. Let's see. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Our inpatient census there, as you can see, has been down, especially during the summer months. It was up the first 3 months, but a lot of that is around flu and those types of cases that would come into the hospital. And now that that's sort of passed, we get smaller amounts of patients coming in. So there's some days, even like today, where we don't have a patient sitting in a bed, and we have to rely on the outpatient procedures and stuff. That should be turning around here in probably about October, whenever flu season starts back up, when we start seeing a little bit higher census there. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And then this is just our ED volume, and definitely has been up. And like I was saying, a lot of that is due to the Pauls Valley ED closing. When we went out and we talked to the citizens of Pauls Valley, we went to the Chamber of Commerce. We actually joined their chamber. We been involved with several of their events over there, go rounding with their providers, and then we get patients now all the way down from Davis, Elmore City, even Lindsay, and I mean, it's a big catchment area that comes through the emergency room for our outpatient services. As far as your question about what can we do, we can see about anything. We're not level 1, 2, 3 ER, but we're more like a 4 or 5. And so we're able to see a patient, stabilize them, and then get them to the right level of care. Now, to get them to the right level of care means that we have to rely on our local EMS to carry those patients over to that accepting facility, wherever that might be. And then that's in itself challenging, because when they're busy, like, this past weekend, whenever they had so many calls, your hands are tied, and then you end up holding the patient, and we have to keep them stable until they're able to be picked up, or in some cases, fly the patients out if they're more critical. And then go ahead and go to the next slide. I'll go ahead and just go over this one here. Procedures last year was 303. This year was 319 again, with Rumen out and also Dr. Bell's out. That was a little bit lower, but we are continuing to grow in this area. Dr. Rumen is coming in every Thursday, and we'll be picking up a couple of Wednesdays. Dr. Perkins is scheduled to come in 2 Wednesdays a month. He's only been coming in 1. We have a physician that's getting ready to retire that's talking to us from Pauls Valley. That's a surgeon that does scopes, and so we're expecting him to start with us in January. Our lead time used to be only a couple of weeks to get on schedule. Now it's about 6 to 8 weeks. And so the volume is growing in the GI services. And that is one of them that really helps sustain the hospital as we go forward. So that is actually good news if we continue to do that. Our next year, we're also going to focus in on increasing our nuc med and cardiopulmonary departments, getting that going. Now, our outstanding AP has definitely been a challenge, and we continue to work on that, but also with the lower volume in the inpatient area with the big, beautiful bill and the unknowns for that, that's concerning. But the good news that the great work that Ted Cox did for us to help file our employee retention credits, when we submitted it, year was that in 23, I think September 23, 5 days after they received it, they locked it down. They didn't make any payments until this past October. They opened it back up, and we didn't know if we were going to be on the list or not, and we got notice late June, and we received our payment on July 7th. The original amount was for about $390,000. With the interest, we got $502,000. So that definitely, and we're going to be very stingy with paying that out. That we actually put some of that into our reserves, which is the next slide. Well, the cash on hand will go up from that 20 with what we've done. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, that 147,000, we went ahead and bumped it up to that first goal of 250,000. And we're going to try to keep it and cap that there. That's where we have our capital needs and different things in there, and we're going to try to keep that just, you know, with the unknown, the impact of a lot of these cuts that are going to become forthcoming in the next few years with the new bill that is passed. Potentially could impact us for as much as what the Oklahoma Hospital Association has projected for us is about a little over $900,000 a year. And so we got to be extremely conservative in what we do. We need to build the business and be very stringent. And you're exactly right. We need every patient that can come in here and be here. Now, the ED is not necessarily where you get all the big payers. We only get about probably 25% of what we bill out from the ED, where, you know, the way that we charge out in a hospital, you know, if for every $100 we get about $30 on the contractual, and the contractual is like with Medicare. Medicare pays at this rate, and so all the commercial payers basically do the same thing. But thankfully, with the SSM Health, that we in managed care, they've been able to, actually today we talked to one of Tom Cole's legislative assistants, and telling her about how you know, SSM's been able to come in there and help us negotiate higher reimbursement rates for our hospital, where if we were doing it by ourselves, we would probably be getting cuts and not very good rates. So it's all really good news in the end. It'll help us out long run. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is just to highlight a few things that are going on really well there. Over here on the left-hand side is that MedSafe, and that is a program where, for example, people that have expired medications, especially narcotics and different things, or family members that may have passed and have been on hospice care, where they can dump that in the safe. Hadn't been real well publicized, and we haven't had it that long, but just this last week we had to empty it because it was overflowing, which is great. And then the Narcan, there's a state bill 712 that legislation has the accessibility of Narcan for emergent use by civilians. Anybody can walk in that needs to have Narcan, and we can dispense them to them without having to actually see the doctor. A lot of it actually goes to the patients that come into the ED that have overdosed, and we have resuscitated them in some way or manner, got them better, and got the Narcan in their hands. Let's go ahead. This is something that I'm actually very proud about as our patient point. Whenever I first came here 4 years ago, and that's about how long I've been serving. It was whenever I came on board. We didn't have a very good reputation, and we had to overcome. A lot of that was just internal. I had to change the overall culture. When I first came, the first week, 9 nurses quit after I went head-to-head with them and told them that, you know, they're a new sheriff in town, and we're not going to have nurses call the shots between the ED and the doctors. And if the doctors say that they're, you know, qualify for admission, we're going to admit them. If they deteriorate, there are systems in place where we can transfer if we need to. We've got those systems in place. I had to work a lot those first couple of years myself at the bedside, and that's because we did have that big vacancy rate. Well, now we're down to about a 2% vacancy rate. People are not leaving. The culture's changed. There's still some things that even this past weekend, Jackie and I worked on, and I still had to ask, you know, a provider to leave and not come back anymore because it's creating a toxic environment. I can't have that. We can't have that for our citizens. We can't have that for the Purcell. We got to uphold our reputation here. And so really working hard on this. Overall, since we started patient point type surveys, our overall score is 4.3. But if you look at that Google score underneath there, it started off at a 1.1, and now we're at 3.9. So we're making progress. And some of the comments down there, you know, the nurses were great, the personnel were warm and caring, and thank you. The doctor was outstanding. Everything is very good and all that. You go on. After falling and fearing an ankle break, I went to Purcell Hospital ER where I was treated exceptionally, and then the nicest hospital I've ever been in. And you know, it starts with the people. It starts with people walking in, need to be friendly, kind, empathetic, and considerate of them. And that's the kind of environment I'm trying to develop over there, and we're really trying to become more involved. We started going, we're doing the first aid tent at the music festival. We actually went to the fireworks and put up a first aid tent there. We want to be involved with more and more community things and be present and really become part of the community, because the people that work there are part of the community. You know, if we close down this hospital, you would have a huge hit in some of your taxes because they would move off for other jobs. I mean, this is an integral part. We need to work together, and we need to be here and present. And I'm just so proud of this little place that the good Lord put me here. And I feel like that I've been doing a pretty good job at getting this culture changed. We're not done. There's still a lot of work to be done. And we're going to get there. And you go ahead and go to the next date. And then I just wanted to highlight, you know, SSM Health is a management agreement. It does not own the hospital. The city owns the hospital. And here's some just simple examples in the last month of individuals from the SSM group that has helped many of our colleagues in the hospital to get things done around computer work, some of our drug and pharmacy needs, as far as our financial reports. And then we're currently undergoing with our leadership group 360 reviews, and from that we're going to be able to help develop our leaders, our young leaders that have been in these positions and haven't had that kind of experience and education and stuff, to become even better and stronger leaders for the future, because I'm not going to be here forever, and I need to develop replacements ahead of me, and I want to have the succession planning, and I want this place to be viable well into the future, and I think we're on our way. We're taking a lot of right steps. So is there another slide? I think that was it. Okay. And then probably just to wrap it up is that we're here. I'm very open to receiving feedback from any of the patients that have had a bad experience. Just this week, I've talked to several, and after, you know, getting to talk to them on an individual basis, you know, it gets them to see things a little bit differently. And actually they're planning on coming back. You know, it's like sometimes we do have some, you know, bad experiences. And the way I look at it is individuals don't necessarily choose to come to the hospital. They're coming to the hospital for a purpose, and they're not focused on how things are being done. Actually, they just want to get fixed. They want to be addressed. They want to be seen. They want to get the care, and they deserve that. And we need to be, as nurses and doctors and physicians and whoever else interacts with them, compassionate to them and realize that they're in a high stress level right now.
Thanks, Chris. Just, you mentioned earlier about cuts. Is it cuts or is it slowed? Tom Cole was pretty clear that it wasn't cuts to Medicaid, Medicare. It was slow. Maybe the growth wasn't.
His point is that the growth of Medicaid,
was slowing down.
Something had to be done.
So Medicaid, it's still growing. It's just growing at a slower rate.
No, it was growing at a rapid rate, and they needed to do things because that would cost and drain monies from the federal government, because the federal government covered the majority of that cost and the states were not. And so they pushed a lot of this back on the states, and now the states don't have the resources necessarily to pay that. And so that's where we're trying to work with our hospital association on how we can, you know, maybe, you know, change had to take place. I'm not arguing that, but let's put in some reassurances that we're not going to be able to close. I mean, just even this week, there's chatter about hospitals having to go out and take out loans because the SHOP payment that is supposed to be covering, you know, the difference between the Medicaid rate and what you do, the cost of business, is supposed to be coming into the hospitals. That's not going to come in, this current one that's supposed to be done at the end of July, not until January of 26. These hospitals are now scrambling and having to get loans. Thank goodness that we had the ERC, so we have that money to back us up in case things don't progress and we can pull from a fund.
All right. Well, just keep a close eye on it. We're making it, but it's close.
Yep. We're not out of the woods.
We're not out of the woods, but I think all of our assessments show that building the new hospital has been a positive. Having a hospital in our community is a big deal. You know, healthcare for the citizens, accessible, convenient, means better healthcare. And I went through some stuff not too long ago that I was glad we had something here. It just made it, I feel like I'm more likely to go to the hospital if it's convenient, it's close. So I get better health care. It's healthier for a community to have a hospital. And we invested a lot in this, and a lot of resources are going into this, and we got to make it work. We need good leadership, and you're providing that to us, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I know one of the individuals that issued a complaint that I talked to this week was a rancher and has a lot of farmland and stuff, but his wife wasn't doing so well and needed to come in and be closer to a hospital. And they were considering moving to Norman, but they really looked at, you know, what did this hospital provide, because they didn't really want to move away. They wanted to stay closer. So there's a lot of people that do come in, look at the schools and the hospital as a decision point.
Not about it.
I'm going to phrase this wrong. How many days cash on hand?
At the end of this report, it's 20. I don't know what it is right now with the ERC, so it should be in the probably mid to higher 20s. But it should have gone up.
Yeah, Chris, I just want to make a statement. I feel like Purcell's proximity to Oklahoma City makes us a wonderful location for our hospital and our ability to stabilize patients. Even though we may not be able to treat them, we can do really well just with stabilization and moving them forward.
Absolutely.
I've talked to some other citizens that live in other communities, and that stabilization bill is a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it adds up.
Yep.
And we need things to add up in Purcell. So all the citizens out there that are listening to this, you know, please consider Purcell as your
Yep.
first stop. Even if they can't treat you, they can stabilize you and move you forward. We've got
Amen.
I-35 here. That's a big deal. A lot of accidents. We've got Kickapoo Turnpike coming down the road. And we need to be on board with Wadley's ambulance and the Purcell Hospital to stabilize patients, even if we can't give them the first-class care they need. So I'm on board with the hospital, but man, we got to really pay attention.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
I have a question. What was Jackie talking about, some of the equipment that's not available at the hospital that?
I don't feel like that we necessarily don't have the equipment. It's some of the services that we can't provide. We don't have surgery.
He specifically said some sort of equipment.
We don't have a surgical suite. We don't have surgeons on board. We just have ER trained providers, and they're well trained. Whenever I first came here, we had another group that was a hodgepodge of mostly, you know, office practice physicians and different things, and so we really didn't have the level of care that we should have been providing. These actually have the training. We're having our nurses go through trauma TNCC training for the trauma course and getting their levels of care up. And then we also have a good number of nurses that have been nurses for a long time that have that training behind them. And so we're able to really take care of almost any emergency, even including delivery, which, Lord, I don't want to be doing that in our hospital often, but
What was it
we can do it.
What was it you said that can't remove something or?
Oh, on
So
the picture.
that's what I'm talking about.
That, because we don't have necessarily we do have a scope, but then sometimes that does take a general surgeon to put those back in. It
Okay.
should be fairly simple, but there's also risk to it, in that if you place it in the wrong way, then when they start feedings and stuff, it goes into the abdominal cavity instead of into the gut. And if you do that, then you get sepsis and the patient can die.
So even if we had the proper equipment, you have to have the specific staff on to do it.
And then we would have limitation, like we do have a C-arm, because we had it for pain management, but the cost of keeping that equipment for the, right now, it's a financial decision. Do we pay for that and lose money because the cost and the use will be
Yeah.
down?
I was just curious of what kind of
But that-
equipment it was and the cost of it.
Yeah, so,
Bobby, I'll kind of help clear that up. Some patients, if I go to the nursing home and get a patient that just pulled a peg tube out, typically you take them.
What is a peg tube?
It's a feeding tube that goes
Okay.
surgically inserted into their abdomen. If they just pull it out, and I take them to the hospital, typically you can stick it back in. But they have to have the dye and all that to verify its placement and all that. If it's been 30 minutes, typically a doctor has to use a scope and pretty much surgically put it back in without having to cut the person open. Like I said, we do about 20 of those a month between the 4 nursing homes. What Chris is saying, the equipment that they would have to, like the C-arm and all that stuff, for 20 patients, it wouldn't be cost effective.
Right.
I mean, there's just, used to years ago, they put them in over here, it was just blind, stick them in there, send them back to the nursing home. Anymore, the doctors aren't doing that.
too much risk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
good enough.
if it came
I mean,
back,
It's like delivering a baby, there's too much risk there, that's why a lot of places got out of it. Okay.
but as far as all the other, we have ventilators, we have, so we can do airway management, we can do chest tubes, we can do, we don't have an MRI, but we have CT, and we're able to do contrast, and we're able to do ultrasounds, and we have nuke med, we have a lot of things over here that.
Sure you do. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Specifically about his comment about peg
Yeah.
tubes.
And it's a
exactly right. We used to be, we always pop them back in, but then you take that risk, and on, you know, that one occasion, whenever it does leak out into the abdominal cavity, then that lawsuit's just too much to absorb.
Gotcha. All right, but yeah, things are looking up. I think our demographics are good. We have a growing population, and we have a well-positioned hospital. It's close to the interstate, it's visible. We have a lot of good things that are going on, so we just have to control costs and try to increase the revenue, and we're doing that. So I appreciate that, Chris. Anything else? All right, thanks, Chris. Where was I? Recess. Okay, recess the Public Works meeting, and we'll open the Purcell Economic Development Authority regular meeting. We have a quorum present. Let's have a roll call.
Here.
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 Agenda item number 3, discussion possible action, ratify action taken by the City Council on August 4, 2025 to appoint and swear in a trustee to fill the vacancy of Joseph Franco's unexpired term to the Purcell Economic Development Authority, Division Number 3 seat, which term expires in April of 2027.
Motion we approve agenda item number 3 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. We have a vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Agenda item number 4, approval of consent agenda.
Approve the consent agenda as written.
We have a motion, a second. We have a vote.
Okay, I got my time. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Agenda, trustee comments, trust manager comments, trust attorney comments. We'll adjourn this meeting, and we'll open up a joint meeting of the regular meeting and the Purcell Public Works Authority meeting and go into executive session. Discussion consideration to enter executive session be held in accordance with 25 OS 307B1 and 25 OS 307B3, 25 OS 307B4. Discussion consideration of labor contract for fiscal year 2025-2026 between the City of Purcell and the IAFF Local 3596 in accordance with 25 OS 307B2. Discussion consideration possible action concerning the hiring of Wynn Tyson Kramer as city treasurer in accordance with 25 OS 307B1, and discussion consideration possible action concerning the purchase or appraisal of real property in accordance with 25 OS 307B3.
Motion that we go into executive session with council present, city attorney, city manager, Wynn Tyson Kramer, Fire Chief Greg Seipert, Assistant Chief Rocky Clonch, and Matt Love.
Second.
We have a motion, second. We have a vote.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All right, we're in executive session.
Typically, I think you're supposed to do my name last,
Yes.
but I don't know if it's a big
I don't know.
issue.
We've always done maybe.
That's tradition. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Yep. All right, do we have any motions from executive session?
I move to approve the hiring of Wynn Tyson Kramer as treasurer pursuant to the terms of the agreement with the city of Purcell.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. We have a vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, and do you want to read Greg's statement?
Oh, yes. Greg had a statement.
Right.
Sorry.
For the
Let me get my
record?
phone out. Casey's watching. I apologize. Oh, yeah. We skipped number. We can do it again.
You're right. You're right. Thanks, Andy. So we got to go back and fix that. All right, agenda number, we'll go ahead and, item 13, discussion possible action to approve the 2025-2026 IAFF contract. No action. Agenda item number 14, discussion possible action to approve hiring of Wynn Tyson Kramer as treasurer.
I'll read Greg's statement, then I'll make the motion again. To my fellow council members, city staff, and the citizens of Purcell, following a recent personal interview and pending the successful completion of all necessary background checks and employment verifications, I am in support of the hiring of Wynn Tyson Kramer as treasurer for the city of Purcell. He demonstrated strong qualifications, professionalism, and a sincere commitment to public service. I believe he would serve our city well in this important role. Sincerely, Greg Wheat, Purcell City Council member. Now I move to approve the hiring of Wynn Tyson Kramer as treasurer pursuant to the terms of the agreement with the city of Purcell.
Second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. We have a vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, motion carries, and it's unanimous vote. Congratulations, Wynn. All right.
Hey, come up to your seat.
Now tell us why we don't have any money. Come on.
How's our budget look now?
All right, let's go to city council comments, and I'll go ahead and start with our newest member. If you want to make any comments for the city, you don't have to say anything.
I don't have anything right now.
All right, go ahead, Bobby.
I'd just like to say, welcome Tara to city council. This is a lot of fun. You're gonna enjoy it. And I also like to say congratulations to Wynn for being our new treasurer. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future.
Welcome to Tara and Wynn, and I also would like to thank Chris, John Blue, and our chief on getting the YouTube up and running. And anybody else I forgot to, Andy, whoever I forgot. So.
And Andy, anything? Wynn, do you have anything to say to the public? Yep. Welcome aboard. Yeah, we're all excited. We have a good feeling about this, and you're the right guy for the job. All right. Anything, Serena? You got the music festival, but we'll talk about that in our next council meeting. The plan on the music festival, right? I'm not sure if are you the one in charge of it again? Okay, it's gonna be a big deal. We'll probably look forward to a plan on that. Bobby, Chris, anything?
Like everybody else, congratulations to Wynn and Tara. Really excited to have you guys on board now. So I'll say it again. Congratulations to Wynn and Tara. We're glad to have you aboard.
All right, Chris.
It was fun hanging out with you guys again.
Yep. Sorry this went a little bit longer than I was hoping for, but again, thanks, Tara. You came with a lot of good, strong recommendations throughout the entire community. So you're excellent choice to be on here. Your willingness to serve is very important. We need more people like you, so we appreciate it. And Wynn, excited again, and keep up the good work, everyone, and thanks for all you do. And meeting's adjourned.